As the crew of Deep Space 17, their attentions turn to the Ancient Tkon shipyard as the Starfleet Task Force prepares to take on the station and the forces there. With the Ranger heavily damaged, Lieutenant Commander Vogel takes up her flag on board the Sentry, with the Ranger under tow by the USS Expedition. The Tian An Men, along with the cargo ship, head off to return the abductees to their homes. And with that, we are going to go to the Ranger. Or sorry, not Ranger, Sentry. And I do not place tokens. Vogel, this is about the time where you essentially take up your posting on the Ranger and relieve Lieutenant Lane of her duties.
Thanks for the pickup, Lieutenant Lane.
Anytime, sir. She stands up. The bridge is yours. She relieves Simon of his duties.
What's our status?
Currently holding position. The expedition just signaled that they are departing and heading towards Deep Space 17. Dr. Satari is currently in the brig. Along with the... I'm not blanking on the ship name, one sec. The Gallahan is currently securing the research station.
Good. Are we able to get any scans on that shipyard?
Only the scans that were taken when we were there the last time. We did get a signal from Admiral Keller that the task force is currently rendezvousing.
They give coordinates.
They have?
All right, I think it's about time we join up with the rest of the fleet. Helm, set a course.
Aye, Captain. Course slated.
Engage.
And the Sentry goes to warp, if I can find my sound effects.
Helm, ETA?
18 hours.
Well, Lieutenant Quinix, if there's ever a time you wanted to question our guest in the brig, the next 18 hours might be the best time.
I suppose I can get started here. I don't really have any of the specialized equipment I would want to use here, but certainly we can get her softened up.
Anything you can learn.
Well, with your permission, then I will begin the interrogation. Don't mind the screaming.
I'll pretend I didn't hear that.
I'll pretend you thought it was funny. Because, of course, I was joking.
And with a smirk, she gives you a quick nod. let's get a quick status update of all ship systems. Let's make sure everything's in order before we meet up with the fleet. Has the Sentry sustained any battle damage?
Checking. Repair teams have been working on some minor damage that we've had. I'm not sure the status as of yet. Main engineering reports. The ship is fully operational. We should be good for the engagement.
Very good. Lieutenant Lane, make sure you run some combat readiness drills during the journey. I want to make sure all the crew's ready and prepared for what might lie ahead.
Understood.
And yeah, I think Vogel would just review the combat logs from the previous engagements, trying to see if there's any advantages I can gain off of that. Perhaps reviewing them in a ready room of sorts.
Yeah. Ready room is somewhere on deck 1, but yeah, you can review that. I'll come back to you with the roll on that in a minute.
All right, and then yeah, as I'm leaving, I'll say, Lieutenant Lane, bridge is yours.
Yes, ma'am. And yeah. Garibaldi went to the bridge. Vogel is reviewing tactical assessment. And you're heading to the brig, Garibaldi.
Yes, I am.
We'll cut over to the brig real quick. I'm just reusing DS-17's brig, so...
I assume that's the doctor down here.
Yes.
Good day, Doctor. Sartre, is it?
Dr. Sentry.
Close enough for government work. I'm sure these fine security officers have informed you of the charges against you, yes?
Yes, they indeed have.
And you've been advised of your rights under the Federation Charter as well, yes?
Indeed.
Are you willing to waive your rights and have a conversation with me.
I do not think that is advisable.
Well, that's okay. I'm not really a security staff anyway. How about we have a conversation off the record? I'm not a prosecutor. I don't work for Starfleet Security. No harm in talking to me. Probably be to your benefit to talk to me.
Her eyebrows slightly raises, and it's like, I highly doubt it.
Well, considering the encounters I've had with your bosses, I'm probably the nicest guy you're going to end up talking to, and you're probably going to need some protection there, Doc.
From who?
That'd be one of my questions. I mean, we'd have a simple conversation, maybe about perhaps the people that got you started on the trail that led you to use a friend of mine's DNA and some of yours to place a minder in his office and then botch the job.
I do not know what you are talking about.
Maybe we can talk about something simple like how you avoided Deep Space 17's sensor net while you were on the station talking to Dr. Mountain.
I would never know about such security measures.
Well, then let's just talk about your research. Tell me about the path you took in the creation of the Nuoids. The methods you used to accelerate growth in them. How you corrected the flaw in your original plans. Perhaps with Dr. Mountain's assistance.
Is there anything you would like to talk about? Unfortunately, I'm under Federation guidelines and as my rights. I do not have to answer anything to you.
Hmm. That's an unfortunate attitude.
For the record, even though you asked her to speak off the record, there's still recording devices, so she's not going to say anything.
Well, Dr. Satre, let's put it this way. This ship is 17 hours from Deep Space 17, give or take. Those 17 hours are your opportunity to speak cooperatively, voluntarily. I have a lot of questions. There's a lot of information ahead of yours I want. I'm going to acquire it one way or the other. Once we get back to Deep Space 17, what is the human expression? The gloves will come off?
You have not given me anything worthwhile to talk about. I will take my chances in court.
What makes you think you're going to make it to court, Dr. Satre?
I think you are very well aware of that answer. And she just lays down in the cot.
Yeah. To be very honest, Dr. Sartre, I won't see you escape justice the way Felix Morgan did. You won't see the inside of a courtroom. You won't see a transport to the New Zealand colony. And there'll be no rescue. You want a nice, easy time, you'll cooperate with me. You have until we get Deep Space 17 to have these gentlemen send me a message. Let me know you're willing to talk. We can go somewhere where the only recording devices are mine. You can tell me what you know voluntarily. Make me wait until we get back to Deep Space 17, and I will take the information from you by any means necessary. You understand, Doc?
And I believe the two security officers in this room would not allow that to happen.
They won't be there when I get you on the station.
Idle threats are, well, meaningless. Dealing with people that I deal with.
Well, it's good to know you've never read my personnel file.
You walk the same as another man I know.
Oh, Admiral Kesson? Oh, yeah, don't count on his help. I don't care how grateful he might be to you for giving him a daughter. He ain't gonna be able to help you. Neither will Morgan. Neither will your benefactors. You've got 17 hours to cooperate voluntarily. Then I take you into my custody. Let these gentlemen know when you're ready to talk to me. Garibaldi will leave. She's right about one thing. Those security officers probably wouldn't let him do what needs to be done.
And we'll head up to the ready room. Vogel, you're in the ready room studying certain battle strategies. Give me insight security difficulty 1.
Oops, that is the Sentry sheet. Take a threat. Ouch.
Well,
That's gonna have to stand.
going over sort of the tactical data in the engagement, um, you do notice that the Starfleet vessels that were in, the Sentry, the Expedition, the Tian An Men engaged in were essentially using Starfleet standard um, battle tactics. It's really hard to gauge whether or not that will be different when you get to the rendezvous coordinates to take on the shipyard. But it doesn't seem like there was any coordination, and that is all I'll give you with the complication.
Yep. Cool.
No idea if that played.
What played?
Captain Vogel,
Go ahead.
we're receiving a transmission from Deep Space 17s from Admiral Keller.
Patch it through. Admiral Keller, sir.
Join the center chair.
Every second of it, sir.
Well, when this is all over with, you're going to have to refresh me on what you were doing out there. In any case, you are to rendezvous with Task Force Charlie. You will not be engaging in the overall ship combat. However, several ships will guide the Sentry towards the shipyard. There is a spot. I'll be sending over the coordinates momentarily for you to lead an assault team on board the station.
Understood, sir. And what's our target?
Your target is to rescue the current Klingon captive, the leader of the House de Vogel, Vanna. Currently, the station is not fully operational, and the longer she remains in custody with appears to be rogue Starfleet, the less time we have. Also, it also comes at a request of the Klingon ambassador that she be taken alive, and her safety should be well assured on our way back to Deep Space 17 after your mission succeeds.
Understood, Admiral. Why the Klingon sudden change of heart about this captive? I got the impression the Klingon ambassador wanted nothing to do with her.
I wouldn't really care to know what's going on through the ambassador's mind at this moment.
Understood, sir. I'll start working with my team to come up with a plan to get onto the station and get the prisoner out.
Admiral Keller has sent us some intel on the station. This area, there's some areas that are unshielded. That should be able to prove for a good entry point that's near her location.
That'll do quite nicely, Admiral.
Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Keller out.
And I'll tap my comm badge. Lieutenant Lane, Lieutenant Garibaldi, please report to the ready room.
Aye, Captain. Be there momentarily.
Aye, sir. imagine Lane's the first to enter.
Yeah, she was just on the bridge.
Reporting?
Looks like we finally got orders from the Admiral about our role we're going to be taking place in this fleet op. I'll fill you in when once Garibaldi comes in. I want both of your opinions on it.
And she moves to the side and stands sort of at attention.
Please, Lieutenant, have a seat. We might be here a while.
She reluctantly takes a seat.
In the meantime, here's the intel from the Admiral. If you want to start combing over it.
You can arrive at any time, Garibaldi.
He's busy in the mess hall getting dinner.
Sorry about that. Captain Vogel?
Lieutenant, have a seat. Right, since you two are the most senior tactical officers on the ship, I thought you should be involved in the planning of our official orders that we're to partake in during this fleet op. Would appear that we would not be engaging in the main battle fleet, but instead our target is to infiltrate one of the Tkon shipyards and free the captured Klingon captain from one of them.
I understand we're not headed back to Deep Space 17 then?
No, we're to take part in the assault on the Tkon shipyards. And since we are a fast and maneuverable ship, they figure our mission is better suited for a prisoner extraction.
Are we saving or are we kidnapping?
I believe saving. Would appear that she is a confirmed prisoner of this rogue Federation faction. This comes at the request of the Klingon ambassador.
And when we rescue, is she a guest or a prisoner?
Saying as though these orders come from the ambassador will give her every diplomatic advantage.
Garibaldi was slightly disappointed.
According to this, they must have someone on the inside. The schematics are fairly detailed. Along with the location of one Vanna de Vogue.
And I would assume that's our target. The Admiral did make mention of a potential entry point, a weakness in their shielding. That should put us near enough to the target.
Something we can transport through?
It would seem that way. But I want you and Lieutenant Lane to review the schematics and come up with a plan of attack. And be sure that it is indeed viable to transport onto the station.
I can do that, Captain.
I would imagine that this is well within both of your wheelhouses.
I got a little training in that area.
I've been briefed. I'm not a complete expert on it, but
What's our ETA?
I'll quickly check the navigation logs. Roughly 15 hours still. Let's see if you could get a proposal to me in about 8 hours. I want to make sure whoever's on the away team gets plenty of rest.
Yeah. Well, in that case, Lieutenant, we should probably get to work.
Any questions?
Any limits on the resources I can use?
Whatever you and your plan deems necessary.
Oh, good. Carte blanche. I like that. Very well. I'm assuming Vogel's already given us a copy of the schematics.
Yeah, give it to Lieutenant Lane. If there's nothing else, you are dismissed.
He didn't devote the name of that renegade house, though.
your character
Yes.
should know that.
Oh, his one? Okay.
No, his character should know that. Like, you guys should know that because
I mean, I know that.
it's been like 3 weeks. But yeah,
Everybody knows it. That was actually in character. Kind of on his way out. He says,
sorry.
"Didn't devote the name of the renegade Klingon house? That seems like someone we ought to treat like a prisoner rather than a guest."
It's the very same, but I've had the opportunity to speak with both the ambassador and his son before we left on this mission. The son very much believes that they were framed. And so while they're here, let's try to treat them like a guest. I mean, well, of course, keep them under guard, restrict their movement throughout the ship. But I don't think a place in the brig is necessary. Unless they prove otherwise, of course.
Very well, Captain. By your leave, we'll get ready.
And I'll just nod.
Well, look at Lane and say, "Your office?" They keep forgetting to give me an office everywhere. I don't understand why.
A ship this size, technically it's my quarters.
Oh, let's find a briefing room then.
She nods.
Everybody will find a briefing room for us to work from.
Yeah, only briefing.
Well, Lieutenant, unless you have any objection, I think the place we should start is reviewing these. Both of us can make an independent review of these schematics and see if both of us independently look at them, perhaps we'll both see different things.
Give me insight security difficulty 2.
Um, Infiltration is a focus and some planning one.
Sure.
I'm going to give you a threat and both those momentum. I'm taking them both back.
Fish.
Oh, yeah. Let me see if I can get you a complication. No, sorry. Tried.
Get the 2 back.
Field incoming message. Vogel said. Wow, that's not convenient at all. On no page. The Tkon Empire is how many millennia old?
Hundreds of thousands of years old.
Just for clarification, GM, is this the primary station in the center of the shipyard that we're
Yeah.
going to attempt to infiltrate?
Yep.
Okay. Um, looking over the schematics, what is the next closest entry point? I mean, by entry point, I mean things like airlocks, external hatches, things like that. Nah, we're not walking into a trap. Not at all. Is it possible, Jim, to scour these layers to find an alternate entry point?
Not really.
Everybody look up at Lane and say, this is all way too convenient for my taste. Only one way in or out, right next to the place we need to be. That stinks.
The scans are very detailed. It's like they have a mole.
The only thing that makes this seem like it's not a trap is that they can't possibly imagine anybody important would be beaming into that spot to conduct a rescue. I would greatly not like to beam into that spot. I can't find another entrance.
Um, Neither can I, unfortunately. Though it might be advantageous for us to take the station if we're given the opportunity. Just a thought.
No, could be a secondary objective. It doesn't look like there's a lot of the stations habitable.
Yeah, looks like it's due to, well, age.
Well, and after a few millennia, even the hardiest of advanced technologies are going to wear out. Everybody will look at the pad. Does our mole give us any idea of how well staffed the place is, or our previous scans of the area?
You're not entirely too sure. I will note that there is essentially a few airlocks that are usable that you could dock a ship at, but you can expect a ship to be docked there at present. Like there's only like a couple usable.
How far from the how far from Vanna's holding cell is the control room? Well, how badly do you want to take this thing, Wade?
That's not up to me.
I mean, we could make an attempt to take the station a distraction.
Says here
That
that
if
there's several internal security um, defense systems currently inoperable. We would probably need Vanna to activate them. She's the one that put this lockdown in effect.
true, I was already considering taking a bug in anyway to add another layer on the lockdown, just in case they broke hers. Gives it give our opponent something else to mess around with. But unless we can take the place, I don't want Vanna unlocking it. I'd
So
be afraid that
two teams.
if she bypasses the security system to give us access to the internal security system, that might open the door for our opponents to unlock the whole thing.
So you're thinking two teams?
Yeah, I'm thinking one team goes after Vanna, the other one goes after the control center. Whoever goes after Vanna gets the lockdown codes from her. Let's see if we can take the control center. If we can, then we can control the thing. I don't like it though. Once we unlock it, it becomes usable by anybody. But this thing, like I said, this is too easy. The whole thing could be a setup. They could be getting us to do this for this very reason. Hell, you might even be in on it. Though I doubt it.
She just you can tell in her as straight face as she's always is. You can definitely tell like you got a dirty look. Like she's deeply agitated by that comment.
Sorry about that. I haven't had a chance to hack into your classified file yet. It's on my to-do list, but been busy. I'm sure you understand having a hard time trusting anybody you haven't personally vetted. You look like you've been doing a job, but not long enough to be paranoid. And if you're not, hang out with me for another 6 months. I'll get you there.
I only trust the facts.
Well, the facts are, is this is just looks too damn easy. But who wants to live forever? What do you think? Just straight up assault? Beam a couple of I don't know, beam a half a dozen stun grenades into the area. Let them do their thing, and then follow it in. We'll just go loud, noisy, and direct. Because I don't know that covert's going to work here.
They are going to probably be busy with the assault.
Well,
More
stun
than
grenades could be
likely,
plan B.
more than likely, they have a command and control. I would imagine the station is the command and control center currently.
Definitely got to take stun grenades. No, let's work up two plans: one noisy and one covert. See which one seems to get us better there. Or we do both. Send a big grunt, send a big assault force from the beam in sight straight to the control room, start a big fight, and then we can beam in behind them. Rescue Vanna.
That may
I
not
think
be easy. The turbolift shaft is right next to the beam in point.
Well, lock down the turbo lifts. Put hover boots on the assault force. Send them up the shaft. That's going to make a hell of a checkpoint for the control room, though. Check see if you see it. Maybe there's a good spot we can. Because they're just using portable shield generators. I wonder if a good a concentrate enough phaser blast would make a big enough hole in one of these patches to get an assault team in. Get all their forces looking in that direction. Everyone's going to look at the schematics. Is there something on the other side of the station, or some nice spot where if we blew a hole in the side of the station, it wouldn't suck everyone out into a vacuum that we could launch an assault through? If we blew a big enough hole in the side. And along those lines, with shape charges on the hull, bypass the shielding to make it easier for us to put a big hole in the side of that thing. And what do we got for Marines on this ship? We need Marines.
I don't think that's in the cards.
And we can replicate. Actually, that's a GM out of character question. If we put plastique or whatever the Star Trek equivalent of shape charges on the outer hull, physically on the outer hull, Could we blow a hole in the hull and bypassing the shielding? Maybe one of the Klingons' patches could blow one of those off with shape charges.
You would have to go to one of the areas that are exposed to vacuum that are unshielded.
That's what I'm thinking.
That would take time. Give me an insight security difficulty 1 or a momentum.
I'll just give you a moment.
You're looking at probably adding an extra 2 hours just to, going to, EVAing and then setting up the charges to essentially burrow a tunnel at, near where Vanna would be held at. The parts that are exposed.
I'm not looking at doing. Oh, you misunderstood. I don't want to send them. I don't want to. This is my distraction team. I'm thinking of getting an assault team in that way to assault the control room, while me and Lane sneak in the back door and get Vanna.
In either case, it's the same result. So the areas that are habitable are actually in more in the inner part of the station. The outer portion is because of the bombardment from stresses from the cosmos and whatnot. The outer portion is uninhabited, and there's a lot of hull breaches and stuff like that. You could theoretically beam an EVA team and then get inside the station that way. It takes time to get through the rubble and then to essentially create a path to whatever location you're trying to get to, and that could take a couple hours.
Which I'm guessing we don't have.
The battle outside would probably be over with by that time, one way or another.
Running ideas. I don't have another player character to bounce ideas off of here.
You could always chime up Vogel, or call in it other security team that players could play as.
Lane, who you got on your team that's good at this stuff that could help us out?
Simon's pretty level-headed. He's been on a number of deployments. He might have a few insights.
Well, let's get him up here and get another pair of eyes on this. Really, what are the odds that these people don't know about this security flaw?
The data was created for us, or as a trap.
Well, I'm back to opening up with a half dozen stun grenades. But I just opened the whole thing to vacuum. But if we kill Vanna in the process, then we're going to defeat the whole purpose of the mission. Sending an assault team up the turbo lift shaft to the control room. Man, Captain's going to have to approve that. That's going to be That's going to be a high fatality mission right there. That's going to create a natural choke point for them to defend. We'll lose a lot of troops getting through there.
Then
I'm not opposed to getting myself shot at. Not particularly thrilled with the idea of getting people shot for my crazy ass ideas. Yeah, I don't hear any other better ideas, so stun grenades and a frontal assault it is, I guess. Is it possible to put a transport we come in with a transport enhancer, so at least we don't have to fight our way back out? Bring a team in to hold the demon point. Get to Vanna, beam out through the transport enhancer, then bring the rest of the team out. Garibaldi, the actual intelligence agent, actually think that would work, GM?
you don't know until you try it. But that's kind of, you know, standard tactic is to, hold your extraction point. Extraction team gets the individual and then returns. So unless you try to take the station, then you gotta secure different points.
Well, that would be nice. That's beyond our mandate. Well, Simon care about to slide that information across the table at him. You got any ideas?
Uh, hmm. Well, I think we should uh, talk about a backup plan as well, um, in case this goes bad, and we're unable to rescue her. I don't think it would be a good idea to have the station in the hands of, well, non-friendlies.
Well, not rescuing Vanna is not an option. And if she dies en route, odds are I'm probably gonna have to try to hack that thing and gain control of it myself, or try to take control of the station. And that's gonna be entertaining.
Better you than them, sir. all things considered, I think we can most likely hold a point, though I'd feel much more comfortable with more people as opposed to less.
What's the transport capability of the transporter pads on this ship?
They work, sir, but more importantly, they work consecutively. It doesn't have to be all or nothing, does it?
No, but I want to know how many people we can put transport at a time.
That's fair, sir. That information's escaping me at the moment. I'm a security officer, not an engineer. If I may, sir.
Go ahead, speak freely. That's why I brought you up here, Simon. Or why Lane brought you up here.
Well, sirs, all due respect, I know I'm low rank on the totem pole in this room, but as I sit here contemplating this plan, I find myself, well, even though Starfleet's done a pretty good job of training it out of us, I find myself in a little bit of awe. And, well, I'm a situation this large, and me being this small, I'm honestly find myself wondering whether or not I can have any effect on this situation.
That doesn't sound like Starfleet trained it out of you, Simon.
I'm sorry, say again?
That doesn't sound like Starfleet trained anything out of you then.
Either that or it just didn't stick, or, well, this situation's quite larger than even they expected. You, I see you calmly strategizing and planning, and, well, how, how do you bear it? Is it the extra lifetimes of experience, or what do you have that I don't?
9 extra lifetimes of experience. Mr. Simon, I'm an analyst. Vogel thinks I'm a tactical officer. She's crazy.
Yet,
At best, I sneak in places and sneak out.
and yet here we are on the cusp of brash action with you, prepared to suit up without hesitation.
Because it needs to be done.
I agree. Yet, I can't lie, the hesitation lives within me. I feel it. I hope it won't, I don't believe it'll cause me to do anything different, but it's there.
I know what you're asking me, Simon. It's got to be done. It's got to be us. We do it. Be a duck on a pond like the best. I can do my best duck on a pond imitation like anyone else.
Very well, sure. Then I'll do my best to keep paddling upstream.
All right, Lane. best plan I got. I told Simon, I ain't a tactical officer. I'm an analyst. I'm a spy. Not even that good at it. Say we get a scan of the area. If they got folks around that area, then we go with the grenades. If they don't have folks in the area or we can't find them, then we attempt to go quiet. Either way, we control that point. Plan a transport relay there. Sneak or fight our way to the place where Van is being held. Get there and beam out. If Van is dead, or it's a trap, or both, we'll revise the plan as we go. Maybe we try to take the station. Maybe we try to blow it up. There's a reactor core on this thing.
For momentum.
I have one left. I guess I'll give it to you. I'll lose it when the scene change comes anyway.
Appears to be at the center of the station.
Do we have a path to it if we had to?
Looks like it's only accessible through the turbo lifts.
Good. Another choke point is what we need. All right. So what do we need for equipment? Body armor, Type 3 phasers, stun grenades, transport relay.
Could take some personal shields.
Good suggestion. And worst case scenario, something to make the reactor core go boom. What do you think? Shape charges?
I'm no engineer, and there's no blueprints on the reactor. We could, if we get control of the control room, we could try to destroy it from there.
I can certainly give it my best shot. Then we take a matter antimatter explosive with us just in case. That will probably take out half the station, but do what you gotta do. Take one, rig a timer to it. Worst case scenario is we read the station to blow.
And weren't you just wanting to take it for ourselves not that long ago?
If we can't have it, we shouldn't let anyone have it. But I am in the minority of those folks that believe that if we can take it and keep it, we ought to. There are a lot of folks in our immediate area. Put your fingers in your ears and hum, Simon. A lot of folks in our immediate area that think Starfleet's not responsible enough to handle this kind of thing. I think it's a waste of resources. But if we can't put this shipyard in the hands of Starfleet, then we need to blow it up. I'm certainly not going to let the Klingons or the Romulans or the Breen or anyone else have it.
I agree, sir.
But if we can gain control of it and we can clean our own house, get people like Admiral Kesson out of our house, then imagine how many medical ships we can make with these yards. How many portable habitats we can make with these shipyards, with these devices.
Plus, we'll never have to worry about security again, sir.
Oh,
We'll be
well,
unstoppable.
now there'll always be needs for security. No matter how You know, not the Borg or species A72 or who knows what else is out there. There's always going to be a bigger fish.
And now we'll have the means to defend ourselves, sir.
It's not really my point in wanting to take the yard. I really want the technology. I have to make weapons with it. It doesn't have to be a military installation, Simon.
That's
That's-
not what I was suggesting, sir. Simply that the moment we have it, we no longer need worry about defense. We can print our own starships, sir.
And what are we going to man them with? We're going to man them with clones, nuoids, continue Dr. Sentry's unethical research. Maybe
So
go back to Dr. Soon's research and make androids or genetic manipulation.
all due respect, sir, that those type of decisions are above my pay grade, but I'm sure Starfleet will be able to figure something out.
I'm just saying, if we're to keep them, let's keep it and use it for the right reason. Maybe Starfleet can manage to stay out of war for a while. That'd be nice.
Well, certainly if we control this facility, sir. It is a good preventative measure.
Well, let's see if we can avoid becoming the bullies of the Alpha Quadrant. Isn't that the place of the Klingons? All right, what other equipment do we need, Simon? Grenades, matter-antimatter device, personal shielding, armor, Type 3 phasers, grenades. I say grenades twice. I like grenades.
Well, sir, I don't. The fact of the matter is they're messy and they're uncontrollable. However,
Only if you use them wrong.
it's quite easy to do, sir. However, I would also suggest we circle back to your previous idea about pattern enhancers. Might give us a little bit more to carry, might not even work, but better to better to have and not need than need and not have.
Yeah, right. Set those up along with the transport relays. That's it, Lane. You got anything to add?
I do not.
Well, let's go see the captain then. Thanks for your help, Simon.
Yes, sir.
Isn't Simon a lieutenant?
Lieutenant junior grade. And he's been through a lot, like Borg, really bad aliens, some sort of entity out of a horror movie.
He's getting the Harry Kim treatment.
I was saying, the poor guy's still just a Lieutenant JG.
He's been promoted once.
King of K. The Vogel is back. Buzz her door.
Give me 2 minutes.
Look at Lane. Go grab a coffee. Smoke break.
Smoking has been outlawed.
Not in every world.
Despite advances in our medical technology, I ill advise not to smoke. I believe it causes cancer.
This is the 24th century. I mean, was that fake alcohol? I'm sure there's fake tobacco too. But it is a, what do you call it? A figure of speech, Lane. Take a break. Get a cup of coffee. Write your memoirs. Captain be back in a couple minutes.
I don't know about you, sir. When this is all over, I plan to use every bit of shore leave I have.
You strike me as someone who has a lot of shore leave saved up.
I do.
Ah, yeah, it seems like the captain's ready for us now. Careful, you'll walk in.
And you see Vogel at the replicator recycling a food plate.
All right, Captain. I got a plan. We got a plan.
All right, lay it on me. And I'll take
Yep.
a seat on the couch.
Well, I've tried everything I think of to find an alternate way into that station because I'm at least 50% sure this is a trap. This whole thing is way too convenient. And either Admiral Keller's setting us up or somebody is setting him up to set us up. I don't know why. It's not like I'm important enough or, well, Lieutenant Lane might be important enough, or they think we're going to send someone important on this mission, but there isn't any other way into the station other than the beaming point that Keller gave us. So we're going to spring the trap. Best thing I can come up with. I'm not a tactical officer. You know that, right? Um, Best I got is get a good scan of the area. We detect life signs. We beam in a half a dozen stun grenades. Go in, follow it up, and then we go noisy. Um, we don't detect anyone because either there's no one there or it's a trap and they're hiding their life signs. We just beam in quietly. Either way, set up transport inhibitors and a transport relay there at the beam in site. Me and Lieutenant Lane, do you want to come along, Lieutenant?
It would be prudent
Sure.
that I probably go on this one.
That's right. Because if you're on their side, I mean, you can't shoot me. You can't shoot me in the back from here. Now he's just messing with her. Me and the lieutenant here, and maybe one or two others, make our way to where Vanna's held, secure her release, beam out from there. Once we're out, the infiltration team can come out. If it's a trap, and Vanna's dead, or Vanna's on their side, like she was, or it goes sideways, Lieutenant Lane suggests we try to take the station. Or we blow it up.
Given that this is a rescue mission in the thick of battle, I don't necessarily see the need to go in quietly. I think we get in there, blast our way if needed to this Klingon prisoner, get back to the extraction point, get out.
Well, I'd
And then
like to
go ahead, Garibaldi.
like to get there quietly if we can, because quietly usually involves fewer fatalities on both sides, but preferably on my side, fewer casualties. I mean, if we got to go loud, we got to go loud. Like to try going quietly if we can.
All right, we'll follow your lead on this. And then if things go sideways, we'll just try to take the station and bring down the entire shield.
Right. So got a few things on my equipment request. Nothing too unusual. Body armor, Type 3 phasers, stun grenades, matter antimatter explosive device, timer, um, transport enhancers, and a transport relay. Security team. That about cover it, Lieutenant?
Portable shields.
Portable shielding.
Go ahead and talk with the quartermaster and get everything you feel is required for this mission. I want to bring along Chief Amathi as well in case we need his engineering expertise, as well as are you a lieutenant, Mr. Deers? As long as Ensign Deers. I think he's proven himself on the last mission. Let's give him another shot.
Yeah. Maybe this time he won't get shot. Speaking of getting shot, we probably should bring some medical with us.
And make sure you secure some equipment for myself. The Admiral was very clear that he wants me leading the team this time.
Really? Now you might be important enough to sit through a setup.
I don't think so.
You sure you want to follow the Admiral's advice on this one?
Commander Arif seems to trust the Admiral. No reason for us not to.
Let's yeah, you left that detail out. This sounds even more like a setup now. Oh well, what is it the Klingon say? Who wants to live forever? No, that's not it.
I believe the
Okay.
phrase you're looking for is today is a good day to die.
Yeah, apparently it is. I'll head
And
down.
let me just say this right now. If any of you follow that saying, I will personally shoot you in the back myself.
You got to get in line. Oh wait, we're not taking Simon.
I would
Right,
suggest you stay close to me, Captain.
Your boy just kind of looks at Lane and says, "Yeah, Simon shot me in the back once or twice in another reality."
That wasn't Simon.
Wasn't that Simon that shot him in the back?
No, that was Kiv. Not Kiv. Paulus?
I just swore Simon had shot me in the
No,
back.
Cal. It was Cal. It was Cal. Cal from Gwen. That was the Doctor's supporting security character.
That's true. That's a shame when you've been shot in the back enough times you can't remember who shot you one time.
But all right, let's talk to the quartermaster, get the gear required. Everyone, I want you to try to get rest for the next 5 hours. At 0600, I want all of us to go over drills to ensure that we are ready for this mission.
I can. There a holodeck on this ship?
I don't think so. I just thought about that. It's probably too small. If it is, I would just tell Lane to make a holodeck program and put us through our paces. But
All right. Well, by your leave, Captain.
make it so.
Garibaldi will head to the quartermaster's office and requisition all that equipment, including the personal shields that he keeps forgetting. And then he will get some rack, get the relevant, the narratively appropriate amount of rack time.
Alright, so Type 3 phasers, pulse grenades,
Body armor,
body armor, personal
personal
shields.
shielding,
Oh,
matter antimatter device.
You're already at 6 escalation without that device, which I'm gonna throw. That's gonna be an escalation of probably 3 for that.
Vogel approved
Which device?
the matter antimatter explosive device.
Let's say the quartermaster doesn't have that.
I need that to blow up the station if things go badly.
We can just set it to self-destruct. It'll be
I mean,
fine.
You could try and pull something from Stargate where he just drops grenades down a shaft and it blows up an entire ship.
Well, you know, I don't have an emperor handy to throw down the shaft.
But we have transport enhancers. They can transport grenades inside the reactor.
Okay.
Anyway, so look, its escalation can be 6 for Type 3 phaser, pulse grenades, and body armor
Transport.
and personal shields. I don't think that costs escalation. That's just a opportunity because I'm waiving the opportunity cost. Yeah.
Transport enhancers plus transport relay.
Your communicators sort of act like that.
All right. I just want to make that part of Garibaldi's plan is somewhat dependent upon being able to get in and then transport back out. Might be out of grenades by the time we get to Vanna. We got stuff and a plan. Well, it was a good day to die.
All right. We're going to change scenes real quick. As I take the threat for all the equipment you're about to have. Arif, since you've been kind of in, your character has been really in the dark. You don't know the total aftermath of the battle yet. From what happened, it's been a while. Just put it that way. It's been roughly probably almost 20 hours since their engagement. When you get a chirp on your comm badge.
Absolutely. And just quickly before I answer it, have they missed a check-in point?
I don't think anyone bothered to check in. That's what I was getting at. So.
Go for a reef.
Commander Reef, could you please report to the conference room?
Is this the Admiral?
Yeah, it's Admiral Keller. Sorry.
Which
Also,
one's
you'll
the-
notice that Admiral Nea has come on board and her vessel departed right before the expedition Tian An Men, the Sentry, and the Ranger went to engage that research station.
With or without her it departed?
Without her, she's currently on board the station.
Okay. Absolutely, Admiral. Which one?
Uh, Conference room 3.
Yes, sir. I'll be right there. And Arif will head out to ops, but before hitting the turbo lift, uh, he's gonna look to Lieutenant Vorit and say, Lieutenant, please, well, I need to take a meeting. See if you can contact the Sentry or the Ranger.
Oh, sorry, sir. It's been a little crazy here. We did get a report that the expedition is on its way to the station towing the Ranger. Apparently, they've sustained heavy damage.
Is there anything about casualties?
None that were reported.
Is there anything there about the Sentry?
Not that I'm aware of. As far as I'm aware, the Admiral sent a communication to the Sentry, giving them orders roughly 18 hours ago.
Understood. Thank you, LT. What's the ETA of the Ranger?
They won't be here until sometime tomorrow.
Understood. Listen, get the engineering teams working. Contact the expedition if you have to. Find out exactly what's wrong with her. I want a quick turnaround.
Yes, sir.
Top priority, Lieutenant, Arif will say as he moves to the turbo lift. And he'll head to conference room 3.
You enter the conference room where you see a lot of people in red shirts, command uniform. You see Admiral Keller and Admiral Naya sitting together. And another person you do sort of recognize on the center console view screen, along with your JAG officer. Admiral Keller kind of stands and motions. Motions to stay there for a moment. Thank you for coming, Commander. He kind of nods to the others.
Of course, Admiral, though I have to say this looks like the type of room that typically would get me in trouble.
I've ordered the Sentry to join Task Force Charlie. They're heading up to take the Tkon shipyard.
Take, Admiral?
We're going to rescue the head of the Klingon rogue faction, Vanna of House de Vogel. Per the Klingon ambassador's request. Initially, that was not part of our plan.
If the collective brain power of this room believes that it's the right thing to do to augment the plan, to incorporate it, then who am I to argue? What can I do for you all?
I want to just inform you of the Sentry's current plans. Currently, the Sentry is also operating on, all ships with Task Force Charlie are currently on emergency transponders only until the engagement begins. We're dealing with a rogue Starfleet faction that has taken the Tkon shipyard and is using it for their own means.
I must assume this is the same faction that attacked the Kuathian Empire.
Not sure on that. The Kuathians haven't made any statements on that.
No, of course. I was referring to our own scans, Admiral. Very well. In which case, as you probably know, the Ranger's on its way back to the station, and I've ordered her repair to be the top priority when she gets here.
Yes, and when the expedition arrives, I want to have a word with you and Captain Prax on your little escapade.
Say again, Admiral?
You know what I'm talking about, Commander.
Arif will just raise an eyebrow. Of course. Well, and then he'll kind of lean into Keller and say, and whisper, I told you this was the room that would get me in trouble, the type of room.
I just wish you had come to me first, Commander.
I did, sir. Be that as it may, I look forward to that meeting. Will it just be the three of us, Admiral?
Admiral Ney will sit on it as well.
Very well. And then I'll turn to the room and I'll say, Admiral, I'll speak to you soon. To everyone else, well met. Probably a bit above my pay grade in this room. So if you need anything, or if DS-17 can offer you anything during your visit, please don't hesitate.
Give me an insight command difficulty 1.
Alrighty. Non-verbal communication?
No, this is more to notice something else.
Fair. For some reason, I'm having trouble finding. Oh, okay. Here's the sheet. Alrighty. Let's see here. All right. Last ditch attempt. Politics.
I'll give it to you. Yeah, I guess I can give it to you.
Okay. And you know what? Just to fish a little bit. Actually, no. You know what? I'm gonna straight roll it. I'm feeling lucky.
Gain 2. I'm gonna point out the obvious. Admiral Keeson is sitting in on the whatever conference this is.
Yeah,
Probably.
that's why Arif's trying to get out of the room.
Admiral Keller looks to you and goes, "You're dismissed, Commander."
Excellent. Admirals. Um, and Arif's gonna walk out and go straight to his office. And does he have access to the Sentry's refix codes? Basically, Basically, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to force the ship to accept an incoming message if they've gone
That's not
communication.
going to work that way. Not with the prefix codes.
Okay.
Prefix codes orders the ship to shut down.
Um,
Like the prefix codes is like an emergency use to if a Starfleet vessel has been captured by hostile forces, another Starfleet vessel can send the prefix codes and essentially disable the ship so it could be retaken.
okay. Um, in which case, new idea. Arif is gonna harump um, at the wasted effort going to his office, and he's gonna go to Garibaldi's ship and try to open communications with the Sentry. Sorry, GQ.
Um, yeah, you wanted to encode the transmission?
Uh, I do. I absolutely do.
This is going to be a controlled engineering, and Garibaldi's ship will assist with communications engineering. What difficulty would you like to set it to?
Um, uh, I would like to set it to difficulty 4.
Control engineering, difficulty 4.
Uh,
Assisted by the Garibaldi ship communications engineering.
I have no focus, so I'm not even going to bother asking. But will you take, since I'm trying to make sure this is very secure, measure thrice, cut once?
Sure.
Alrighty. And now I'm going to spend those 2 momentum and give you a threat. And
Yeah.
hold on, need to do math.
You roll on 4
Yes.
dice, so 3 threat.
Oh, no, no, no. Uh, no, I'll spend the 2 momentum.
So you roll
And
in 3 dice.
yes.
Okay.
Oh, thank God.
Got it. Garibaldi ship was no help. Yes, you have a secure transmission to the Sentry. I'm assuming Vogel's
Excellent.
still in her office. Vogel in her ready room, or is she on the bridge? Vogel.
Ooh, that's me.
You on in your ready room or on the bridge?
Is it time for the action?
No. There's a transmission coming from DS-17.
Oh, I'd be in the ready room then. Well, in fairness, I'd probably be in my quarters sleeping, or I could be sleeping on the couch, whichever.
There is a transmission for you.
Commander.
Ah, Sarah, you look, well, either like you've just woken up or you've been up for quite a while.
Yes and yes.
Apologize, but I just had a I just wanted to let you know there was something. I'm just having a bad feeling. I'm hoping. I know that Admiral Keller uh, amended your orders, and well, quite frankly, I agree with the reason that he gave. But I just came out of a room with him, Admiral Snea, and Keeson, and well, something just feels off. I go in there with eyes open, Sarah. Don't take any unnecessary risks.
Not to worry, Commander. Garibaldi is as paranoid as ever. He also feels that this is a setup.
Remember, for what it's worth, your lives primary. The station not falling into the wrong hands secondary. Vanna, that's a distant third.
On that point, sir, I wholeheartedly agree.
Good luck and get out of there at the first sign of trouble.
Out of character, did you name the admirals in the meeting?
I did.
Okay.
Along with any of the others that I recognized and the JAG officer.
Yeah, I got Keller and Nea. I was just making sure he mentioned Kaysen. I didn't want to metagame. So once the comms are done with a reef, I'll check what time it is.
You have pretty much an hour until the engagement.
And then in that case, I will tap my comm badge and say, Garibaldi, meet me in my ready room, please.
Has it been 5 hours already? All right, I'm on my way, Captain.
We're actually supposed to be up already. I said 2 hours before. 2 hours before the rendezvous.
He's not very good at setting an alarm.
Nope, apparently we all slept in.
Gerbo come in. He's wearing rather than a standard uniform, he's wearing the covert blacks of Starfleet Intelligence.
I feel your hunch might be correct. It would appear that Commander Reef informed us that he just sat in on a meeting of the admirals, and Keeson was involved.
Did they mention where we were going and why in the meeting?
It sounded to me like they all knew about it.
Oh, well, we're hosed. At the very least, the admiral's going to know we and the strike force are coming. What other ships are in this strike force that we're joining?
I'll look at the ship roster. Garibaldi making Prex come up with ship names on the fly. Looks like we got the Arizona, the Guardian, the Monitor, the Sentinel.
Do you know their captains? Better yet, Garibaldi's gonna kind of commandeer Vogel's computer terminal and run a check on the captains of those ships to see if they have any connection to Admiral Tian.
They all have connections to the 10th Fleet.
All have connections to who?
The 10th Fleet in general. The Guardian is Admiral Nea's essentially her flagship.
Well, I know the Guardian's Admiral Nea's ship. I've only ever met their captains in passing.
There's 4 more. I'm writing the list for you.
This feels wrong.
It looks like we're also going to be joined by the Vanguard, the Hermes, the Athena, the Akagi.
Do we know if any of those ships are under Admiral Tian's control? Or captained by folks that owe Tian favors?
As far as I know, they're all detached to the 10th. Doesn't look like they have any ties to intelligence. As far as their backgrounds,
So what exactly are our orders? Are we to rescue Vanna and run?
pretty much. Infiltrate the station, rescue the Klingon prisoner, get her on board the Sentry, get the hell out of Dodge.
They didn't say anything about unlocking the Tkon station, right?
Correct. Truth be told, I don't know exactly what the Admiralty has planned for the shipyard.
But we know what Tian was going to do with it. Seems to me like he's going to use it as a personal shipbuilding force. I mean, what the hell else do you do with a bunch of ships and 50,000 nuoid officers to crew them? Not that he can make those crew anymore. I wish I'd blown up that asteroid while we were there. Just said we go in and assassinate Vanna, but that probably won't even slow him down, so she's not giving him the codes anyway.
This could be the reason why we're doing it, is to ensure they don't get those codes.
Or they're going to take Vanna from us. I mean, maybe they're figuring we're having this conversation. And we're thinking about rescuing Vanna and getting her to unlock the station so we can control it, so then they can take it from us.
Unless, of course, we have her unlock it to blow the whole damn thing up.
That'd be easier ways to blow it up. Be honest with you, Captain. My preference is that we keep that shipyard for Starfleet.
And the scientist in me is thinking of all the things we can learn. But I think at this point it's too big of a threat with what we know they're capable of.
So we can't trust Starfleet.
Yeah, well, I think we have a solid plan. I think let's at the very least let's get Vanna out of there, reassess the situation there. If this does become a trap, the situation becomes untenable. I think we do everything within our power to make sure those shipyards are destroyed.
I think if we destroy that, then it's pretty good. It's a pretty good bet that if we destroy that station, we might make the rest of the installations unusable. It's all on a single communication. That's all controlled from that one station. We blow it up. Might make the shipyards unusable.
But we'll definitely do this as a last resort. If it looks like our fleet's losing, if we have no other option, I think we pull that trigger.
Yeah. Well, if it's a trap, at least we're walking into it with our eyes open. At this point, since Admiral Kia knows we're coming, we might as well lead with the grenades. You might be right. There may not be a quiet option.
We'll get the scans first, see what we're dealing with.
All right. I'll go get the rest of my gear on. Reach in the transporter room in an hour.
Now's a good time as any to get it ready.
Yep. Well, get the rest of my gear on, write my will, and see you in the transporter room.
Who is beaming down in the first group of 6?
Garibaldi had the plan.
Yeah, your boy's going in the first group.
I just want to tell me who's all beaming down and who's in the first group.
I guess me and Vogel, Lane, we're taking a Matthew, right?
Yeah, and Deers.
Yeah, we got to have a red shirt, so we'll take Veers.
Poor Deers.
Listen, his shirt is not red yet.
Yeah,
Do you
but
not know
gold shirt.
Orange is the new red.
Gold shirt just doesn't have the same. What do we have for security forces that we can take?
If we're bringing 6, we should bring Simon. I'd rather load up on the security types.
Yeah. I guess the 6 of us, and then a team of 6 security, a 6-man security team to hold the beam in point.
Yep.
Those are the red shirts.
Yeah.
So security 6. So I'm only gonna probably drop 3 tokens for the security team. Each security team has 2 to it. So for the second team. All right. Are you guys ready?
No, let's do it anyway.
Not that bridge. that bridge. The hour draws near as the Sentry takes up point. As you hang in close to the Guardian, a Galaxy-class starship, on your starboard as the USS Arizona and Excelsior class all move in to protect you. The Sentry and the Vanguard move in ahead. Two large Acheron class starships, followed by a Kagi in a Sovereign class, and the Athena a Neptune, all in a standard Starfleet battle formation. The 8 vessels in question enter the shipyard as a battle overhead assumes as other Starfleet vessels. They engage other Starfleet vessels at the shipyard. Equally, almost matched, the smaller vessels engage the larger vessels of the task force, as the Guardian easily handles 2 of them, disabling them on the spot. You get a communication from the captain of the Guardian on board the Sentry.
On screen.
I'll just use it. Captain Vogel, hang on tight. We're opening a hole for you to get to the station.
Understood, Captain. Awaiting your orders.
We'll give you the signal. As they close this channel, as you walk through, and as you see the 2 Acheron-class starships begin striking and disabling as many. Suddenly, a explosion happens on board. The Athena takes a massive barrage from a rogue Starfleet Sovereign-class vessel, as then the Akagi focuses on the other Sovereign as the 2 Sovereigns go head-to-head, battling it out. Lane pipes up. Our hole's created. Shall we proceed?
Ensign Smith, take us in. Lieutenant Kiji, get those scans of the beam-in point.
Alright, give me a Daring Con, difficulty of 2, assisted by Engines Con.
Let me see if he was ever activated. Oh, he was. So I am going to give him Bold Con. So yeah, take a threat. You said diff 2?
Yeah, diff 2. Engines Con. So
And I think I'll fish.
Come on. Oh. No con. Gain 2. The Sentry easily guides through, missing as you weave in between one of the disabled shipyards straight into the station at your location, to where we're going to beam over the strike team. To get a scan, this is going to be a reason. I'm assuming you're scanning for life signs.
Yes.
At
Or
the beacon site.
can I get life signs and holographic signatures?
Let's go with this. Make this a reason plus science, difficulty 3, assisted by the Sentry's sensors science.
Ooh, and this would be his 3rd activation. Should I just give him a value?
Sure, got a focus and sensor operations.
Yeah, he's got a focus in sensor ops. He's got bold science.
Yeah, we give him a value. Give him the trifecta. Unless what's his science rating?
4.
No.
So we couldn't increase it anyway.
Yeah, give him a value. Something like, I won't let my captain down. And then we'll hope he won't let his captain down.
I mean, it seems generic. Sensors are the gateway to the universe.
Sensor science. Oh, still trying to go on a value?
Yeah. Just because I plan on using one with a diff 3. If I give him sensors are the gateway to the universe, would you accept that for a value in this case?
No.
All right, then
I won't let my captain down.
would that one work?
I suppose. Like, I shouldn't be giving you this. You need to like kind of think of like the character.
I mean, I like what I gave him first. Would mission directive work?
Mission directive would work.
Yeah, so I'm going to give him that sensors are the gateway thing. And then, yeah, if mission directive works, I'll use this determination. And I'll spend a momentum any threat.
Sensor science.
Ouch. So with bold, I'm going to fish. Oh, God, I got 8 successes.
Did you sensor up? What focus did you use?
Sensor ups.
Okay. Wow. Are you squashing?
Yeah.
So
I think we gain 3.
yeah, you gain 3. I'm detecting 4 life signs just outside the beam endpoint. Also, a holographic signature to where the target is currently held at, along with 16 more in the vicinity, in between the beam endpoint and the target.
Oh, this is gonna be fun.
Looks like plan B. Going hot.
Gave me a lot of threats, so I added some.
You know what we need? A couple of EMP grenades.
You would think Starfleet technology protects against electromagnetic pulse stuff, so. I mean, modern fighter jets have protection against EMP, so. Just saying. So, strike team beaming over.
I think we'll do the plan B where we beam in the stun grenades first.
He said there was 4 life signs outside the beam in point.
Oh,
Not
okay.
in-
Okay.
not in the-
I thought he went. I thought he went in. So yeah, we beam.
We beam in and then throw the stun grenades.
John will have his rifle at the ready while we begin.
Garibaldi had his rifle in his left hand and a pulse grenade in his right,
For the
ready to throw it.
sake of time, I'm going to waive the transporter cost. Hopefully that. I need appropriate music.
Ugh, a funeral dirge?
For them.
As the six of you beam in, you immediately notice someone familiar standing, Garibaldi, leaning against the wall with their sort of arms folded in. It's almost they've been waiting for you.
Yeah, I just shoot her. That's Kian's daughter, right?
Yes.
I just shoot her.
She's not armed.
I don't care.
Not holding a weapon.
I shoot her anyway. I mean, the rifle's on stun.
I think you're close range, so yeah. Control security difficulty 3.
I will give you a threat and 2 bold. I mean, a threat and 2 momentum. Hey guys, we're out of momentum.
Now she can't tell us her evil plan, sir.
Do you not have bold?
Oh yeah, I do. Damn, I keep forgetting. There we go. We're not out of momentum.
And I was about to say, did you aim or
K1.
something?
No, I just shot her. I was playing. I got a moment. I got one of my momentum back. I was playing in character. I just saw her and he shot her. Just an impulse. Didn't even take time to aim. He just shot her,
Thanks, Hod.
May.
which is a miracle since the rifle's in his left hand.
Roll damage.
Ouchie.
It's set to stun.
Considering
You did say we.
What?
Considering if Vogel said we were going loud, so
She did.
I mean, she's in the room with us, so.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
You rolled what? 4 successes.
Mm-hmm.
Where's that alternate rule?
The way you explained to me, she'd need 6 successes to dodge that.
5. She has to get at least 2. I believe it's daring security. So prepared.
You were prepared to monologue, and I just shot her.
I was prepared to monologue her, and you shot her.
Poor Garibaldi is so tired of these people.
I know it's in the Game Master Guide. You remember the alternate page it's on? By chance?
No, but I'll look too and try to add.
Is it 191?
It's there's nothing handy, like it's not in the index.
I know.
Additional rules and tools start here. Code. When a character is the target of a ranged attack, they may add 1 to threat to try to avoid the attack, so long as they are aware of the attack and not currently prone. Ranged attack becomes an opposed task with the defending character rolling daring plus security with a difficulty 2 to oppose the attack. This difficulty is reduced to 1 if the defending character is in close range of any terrain. If Kara succeeds at the opposed task, then they resolve the successful attack as normal. If the attacker succeeds, then the resolve the attack as normal. If the defending character succeeds, they may move to any point within close range and immediately drop prone.
Okay, I'm going to spend a threat because obviously you shot at them, so they might take this as hostile action. Daring security, huh? Of course, no focus. Well, this is a little early. Spending their determination on mission directive. Six. So yeah, you shoot. They dive for cover, and there's like hold your fire.
I looked at Vogel quickly before I use quick to action to shoot her again. Does Vogel give me the nod to shoot her again, or to hold fire?
Speak quickly.
Jeez, Garibaldi, you have a tricky trigger finger.
Yeah, Garibaldi has put the pulse grenade back on his belt and is now aiming.
Who do you think gave you the information? I'm on your side. Not all is what seems to be. If we don't hurry, she's not gonna last. She's being interrogated now by that damn hologram.
Who are you?
She's the Newoid fake daughter of Admiral Tian.
Azura Keeson, yes, technically, Admiral Keeson is my biological father. I do like to think of him as my father. He's treated me as such. I'm not like the others.
Your call, Captain.
If you say you're on our side, then take us to this prisoner. Garibaldi, if she does anything untowardly, shoot her.
There's 4 security officers outside the door, or just outside the hallway to the left. She moves over to the console to get ready to open the door.
I'll motion to the security officers to get into position.
Garibaldi will take aim on Keeson's head.
Deers will back up that action, but hold his fire.
Would like to not be standing in front of the doorway when she opens it, but still be far enough away so it's not a difficulty 3 shot to shoot her.
Deers will take this position.
She types in a couple things in the console, and the doors open. Motions.
Where's Tricorder saying the prisoner is at? The Klingon's at?
I'm going to ping, but it's on the other side of the map.
Okay. Then I'll signal for the 2 in front to go.
Well, that's Keeson. Didn't know.
Yep.
She motions to her belt to draw her phaser. Did you give her a nod to do so, or?
Yeah. I'm letting her take all the fire first.
She draws her phaser and moves there. That's medium range. And just inside medium range. Yeah, she cautiously moves up there and takes a deep breath, holding her phaser. She charges her phaser for area, and then going to give myself a threat for an extra minor to aim. And then she's going to shoot. Extra, since I'm sure you don't want me to spend from her mountain pool, so she's going to buy an extra die using bold. I'm assuming she's going to have her own momentum pool, but she gains 2. Spend 1 to reroll 3. Oh, that's a lovely, nice effects. Just enough. As you hear a phaser sound and a loud thud. they're taken down, but we should hurry. There's rolling patrols.
All right, team, let's move.
Garibaldi is still pointing a phaser rifle at her.
That's exactly what I want you to do.
Yeah, you guys have full control of the tokens, so move them as you wish. Do you get the signal for the next team to beam in?
Yeah, I'll probably calm the set. Vogel the Sentry, send second team.
And they beam in. There's 6 officers, just so you know. There's just...
Secure this room and the outside corridor. We'll try to make this quick.
Deers is gonna hold his hand up and motion down the left corridor. Put up 2 fingers and mouth bodies.
Theoretically, there should be 4 of them.
There's 4. I'm grouping each team as... each security team has 2 people to it, so...
All right, Lane, take us to the Klingon.
Yeah, this goes in a big circle, so it doesn't really matter. This way there's fewer people. She motions to the left.
To the left it is.
Deers, letters.
What's video game logic? The left is the way to go. The right always has treasure.
I don't see anything.
How'd you get your character past that?
Oh, I got this token stuck.
I moved it.
Trying to move them all in the group so I wouldn't have to.
She kind of motions with her, hand to stop, and then signals with 4 on with her fingers, and points down the hall.
Deers checks his rifle's charge.
Well, if they're in a nice, neat group, throw a pulse grenade at them.
You gonna have Lane do all the work, or?
I was actually referring to Deers. I hope Lane does it. I hope our pseudo prisoner friend is not carrying grenades.
She only has her Type 2. She doesn't have a phaser rifle or anything like that. She's not armed to the teeth.
Deers will creep up and prepare to toss a grenade. Motioning Lane to please get back and out of the way. And he's gonna take a quick kind of poke his head out, not even his whole head, just to see where he's throwing, and hold the grenade at the ready with his arm cocked.
You can see the 4. It is in medium range.
Wow.
There's 4 there.
What can I say?
So the grenade, you can charge the grenade. It already has the area effect.
Okay, then let's charge and give it a good old heave.
Charge for what? Vicious. Debilitating.
My gut is to say vicious. Is there anyone that objects to that?
You're the shooty guy.
Then let's charge for vicious. Why not?
Control security difficulty 2.
Okay. I'm gonna use a momentum. Uh, well, crap. I don't have the focus. That's okay. I'm gonna use 2 momentum and give you 1 threat to roll 4 dice. Uh, full security.
To reroll the comp.
That is the one I'm gonna try to roll out of.
Okay.
Oh, thank God.
Roll the damage. It is 4 challenge dice plus security.
Alrighty.
That is currently dealing 5.
I don't think that that's enough.
Sorry, not 5. You charge for vicious. That is 7. That will take them down.
Okay. John's gonna give the all clear signal and keep his head out to simply to see if anyone kind of rushes into the hall.
Nope. So what are you doing?
Seeing that nobody came, John's gonna signal the all clear. And be quite frankly be a little puzzled that well nobody came, but he's gonna creep up a bit and try to get into one of these little round hovel things.
What's the back line doing?
Moving up.
And turning around and sensing Garibaldi's kind of anger at the situation, Deer's kind of mouth, half whisper, mission to allow you some of the fun, sir.
Check the next intersection. I'm on guard duty.
Yes, sir. And he'll zip over here and attempt to poke his head out. Which I haven't done if there's a reason for me not to.
It's whenever you move the tokens, whatever you see is what you see.
Which way this intersection, Lieutenant?
Keep going ahead. There should be
Go on.
4 more guards and then the interrogator, who's currently with Vanna.
Take the lead.
Here, I thought we were on good terms after our last visit. So what's
Sorry,
your play?
I'm not sure where you stand, and your daddy's a traitor.
My daddy is a lot of things, but a traitor to Starfleet, he's not.
Mm-hmm. It's not what the evidence says.
Ooh, they're just in close enough. They are in close enough range. Do you wish to do the honors, or shall I?
Okay. John's gonna creep up again because he doesn't have a good view.
Give me control security opposed.
Alrighty.
Insight security. It's just to make sure they don't notice you.
I have a feeling this might bite me, but take 1 threat.
Spinning it back at you.
I will re-roll one of those zeros.
You succeed, but they will notice you after you do any movement.
Okay, so I'm frozen. Looks like
No,
I'm
like
doing.
after you do your action, they're gonna notice that you're there.
Okay, then I'm gonna have to make sure that that does not matter. Are they potentially within range of a grenade?
Yes, they're just barely within all close range.
Okay. Yep. Looks like I'm throwing another grenade.
You have 1 left after this. You are medium range of the first, and yeah, just in medium range of the other one. So
Okay. No focus.
Div 2, control security.
Take 1 threat.
Are you charging the grenade?
Yes. I apologize. I'm gonna charge the grenade for What's the other one, dude? The debilitating one?
I would just go for vicious because I can't spend threat to keep them up because they're minors. I don't
Gotcha.
PCs.
Vicious it shall be. So yes, one threat, and here goes nothing. I am not re-rolling anything.
Gain 2 momentum. 7 challenge dice. You're gonna probably want to re-roll those 2.
You know what? DM gives advice. I listen. I listen to the DM. I will re-roll too.
There you go. 2,
Nice.
4, 6, 8, 10, 11. Ooh. Well, all those guys get lethal injuries, but just enough effects they all go down because these guys are like in personal space. You are like personal space, so area will affect one, but you needed the 2 effects to get those 2. So yeah, all 4 go down, but they are lethally injured as a loud explosion happens.
John's gonna calmly give the all clear.
Well, they know we're here. Let's hurry.
And Keeson runs over to the control panel and motions, to get ready.
Oh, I left Simon behind.
Oh, he doesn't have vision, does he? Shoot.
He does not.
There you go.
Simon's watching our back.
She motions to get ready to engage as soon as she opens the door.
John hefts his rifle up.
Garibaldi as well. But
And
he will go here so he gets it to kind of crossfire with them.
when the door opens, you see Vanna sort of, tied up, kind of hanging by a chain from the ceiling. Garibaldi, you recognize the hologram, and you just see the hologram like sleeves rolled up and punching Vanna and stops and turns. You guys get to go first as you take her by surprise, but
Not the same one I killed when I saved Faye.
it is. But there's always copies.
Of course, they're like Cylons.
For the record, John does not know this. If he goes first, he's gonna shoot her.
Garibaldi's gonna look for the because he knows she's a hologram. He's gonna look for the hologram, the projector. Either there's a portable projector on her like there was before, or there's one in the room.
You are in close range, so this is going to be a difficulty 4, control security.
To notice the holographic projector?
Not to notice it, but to shoot at it. You know where it's at.
Okay.
But it's just...
Diff 4.
Yeah, because it's a smaller target.
Okay. That's fair. Charge to aim.
That's what I did last
Minor
time.
to aim.
Okay.
Mission directive for the determination spend?
I'll allow it because you're trying to rescue her, so...
So I got my determination. Change my minor to aim. Spend a momentum for an extra minor to charge. What do I want to charge to? Do I want vicious or piercing? Vicious is the one that gets me extra damage for effects, right?
Yes.
All right, so I think that's vicious 2 on a charge, yeah?
Vicious 1.
Oh, it's piercing 2 or vicious 1. All right, so a charge for vicious. And then let's make this count. Is it 4? There are 2 successes already. Momentum and a threat for a 3rd die. I think I'm gonna shoot it from. I think I'm gonna shoot with that. Control security. 3 dice plus the determination. What the heck? Take 3 more threat. We get 4 dice here. I'm gonna go fish for that 1. There we go. 4, 5, 6.
2
Two
momentum
momentum.
gained. 2 momentum gained. Roll damage.
Oh, no. 1 momentum to reroll. Reroll 4. Two, 3, 5, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14.
Yeah. As the doors open and you take quick aim, knowing to where, because you've faced this sort of entity before, at the portable, essentially mobile emitter. That's not really like a mobile emitter; it's like almost a vest in a way, hidden, and expertly do enough damage to where she just dematerializes in an instant as she looks, ready to draw her phaser and return fire, and vanishes.
I'm sure we'll see her again.
I hate those things.
Deers is gonna rush in and start. I'm sorry. Are we in combat?
Out of combat.
All right. Because technically they are Starfleet officers, I'm gonna let Veer secure the prisoner. Garibaldi is going to stabilize the 2 downed Starfleet officers.
I'm gonna make this one roll daring medicine of 3.
Okay.
I'll spend some threat. Complication range 2.
Take 2 threat in my last momentum. Get 1 back. That's not enough to squash. I'm gonna have to eat the complication on that.
You stabilize them, but they're definitely gonna have to. That grenade definitely caused some damage. They're definitely gonna have to be patched up back on the Sentry if they're going to live.
Garibaldi just looks like keys. I don't kill people unless I have to. Or they're slavers. Or terrorists. But other than that, I don't kill people unless I have to.
Fair enough.
Prisoner secure, Captain?
You just kind of see Vanna, the pink blood, like kind of down her like jawline, from her mouth, bruises across her body. She kind of spits a little blood out. More Starfleet.
Can you move? And I'll say, can you move?
Am I not a Klingon?
Do you want to get out of here or not?
I want to retake my station, my shipyard. Suppose you won't help with that. Or am I to be your prisoner?
You have two options. You can either come with us, get off the station, and hope to regain your house's honor, or you could stay here and you can endure more of this.
Ah, fine. Set me free.
I'll nod to the security officers to break her chains.
Fitness security. Oh, how are you gonna break it? You gonna do it by hand, or are you gonna use a phaser?
I'm gonna use a phaser. I mean, Beers is not human.
Control security to 3.
Or we could just get the handcuffs off her when we get back to the ship.
She's shackled to the.
She's chained to the wall, so we gotta get the chains off.
You said it was difficulty what?
3.
Fair enough. I'm gonna. You know what? Just in this case, just because I don't want to shoot the links by her hands, I'm gonna tell her to lean away from the wall and, well, just shoot the wall instead, just because. And I'm gonna give you one threat to do it. Phasers is a focus.
Yes. Are you aiming?
I am.
Gain 1. Yeah, you shoot the chain she's attached to the wall, and even though she's still shackled, she's technically free to move.
All right, let's move.
Well, the whole reason we brought the pattern enhancers, we could call for a beam out, Captain. Unless we're planning on actually taking this place.
You'll have to go back to the cargo area. It's the only place where the shield's weak enough.
That's why I wanted the transport relays, so that we didn't have to do that. Why we set up the pattern enhancers, and you said our comm badges would serve as relays.
This will be a roll from someone on the Sentry, but it's gonna be more difficult. So, control engineering base 2. I'm assuming they're in the transporter room. So -1 base. So diff 1, add another diff because they're not on a pad, but it's 2 a pad. So back to diff 2 plus your earlier advantage for the relays. Diff 3, control engineering assisted by the Sentry's sensors engineering.
Here's the downside of bringing a Matthew with us. Who we got on the Ranger that can make this roll? Was Leith on the?
I don't remember who was where.
Leaf was on the Sentry.
Oh, well then Leith can do it.
Well, he went with you, either on the Ranger or the Sentry. Just so.
Oh, he has transporters.
Sounds like Leith's our guy.
Uh, do we want to spend for 3 dice or 4?
What's the diff?
3.
Might as well get 4.
All right. Take the 2. We'll spend the 2 momentum and 1 threat.
Complication range 2.
Here we go. Oof. I
Go
just
Leith.
hope the ship doesn't give us a whammy here.
Gain 4. Who you beaming out? I know it's Savannah.
The 4 people in that room. We can get 6, right?
Yeah.
And then take a Matthew and
Simon.
Simon.
Leaves you and what's her face?
And
Yeah.
And the 4 that are on the ground. Well, I wish you good luck. I have a station to take over.
No. You're coming with me.
No, I'm not. I have other orders. I have to secure this station. And I have to stop my, former commanding officer from, taking it over. He's actually his engineering teams are pretty close.
Lady, would be awful nice to know whose side you're on.
Starfleet side.
Uh-huh. Yeah. So is your father, whose ship was parked in the shipyard the last time I saw it.
That's not his ship.
You're the XO on it.
Yes. Part of a ruse. You're welcome to help me out if you want.
Well, you think I'm letting you go by yourself? You're nuts. Let's go, lady.
Well, to the turbo lift. And she picks up the security officer's comm badge and then hands it to you. You'll need this.
Put it in place of my regular one, and quickly tell Commander Vogel that I'll be staying behind for a little bit.
And you'll get the "What are you, crazy?"
Yes. See you when I see you, Captain.
And then the orders, obviously, to the ship would be to get him the hell out of there.
Everybody would deactivate his regular comm badge.
Well, it'd be the keep trying until you do type thing.
Do those security officers remain, or are they beaming back up?
Oh, these ones?
Yeah.
Definitely taking them. They probably would have been. When Garibaldi said, "Give me a minute," I beamed them.
Well, looks like our chariot arrives. You ready? ready?
No, but let's go anyway.
Short turbo ride up 10 decks. It's probably best we take. She got motions to go to the right, which is the left on that map.
We'll follow her lead. He stopped pointing his phaser rifle at her head.
She walks up to there's an engineer certainly working on that deck plating. She just kind of nods and just walks casually by. Sorry, it's the long way, but it's also the least guarded for the moment.
Least guarded is good.
And is another engineer working on a 4-plate. She strolls right by it, or him.
This truly is the long way.
She motions. There's 4. She motions for 4, at the hull. And then she points, down,
I just gotta whisper, are we sneaking? Or am I throwing one of these?
They don't
Or
know
both.
who you are. You can walk past them. I still have my clearance.
Is that the way we need to go?
Control room's in there, but we're gonna have to take out the engineers and everyone in the room.
So can you bluff them into believing that I belong here? I am with you after all.
Let's see what I can do. And she starts walking towards him. You there. Unit on deck 5. There's a situation brewing. We have intruders. Go, now. And I'm going to give her presence command, but I'm going to spend threat to make this difficult. Because they have counter orders. So I'm raising her difficulty by 2. So diff 4, comp 2. Because I'm such a nice GM. To spend a threat. Let's go 2 threat and her other momentum. To roll 4. Reroll the 0. Just made it. The 4 of them kind of look to each other. Yes, ma'am, as they start rushing down towards the turbo lift.
Well done.
You can see her kind of breathe a little, like a sign of easement, like. Whew. You may want to take position. It's going to. There's quite a few in there.
We give your other friends a moment to get to the turbo lift before we go making a lot of noise.
So, Trip Hard, how's the battle going?
Outside, I have no idea how the battle's going outside. I've been in here with you the whole time.
Just nods. Ready?
No, but let's do it anyway.
I'll approach my former captain and attempt to disable him. Think you can handle the security officer?
Absolutely.
As she opens the doors and steps in, looking to the, you easily can see 3 engineers working at computer consoles as they're viciously, trying to work, you have to kind of look at the consoles to see what they're doing, but they're attempting something on the computer mainframe.
Is that a security officer?
That's an engineer. He looks like he's working on the control panel or the panel there.
How do you find the security? Oh, okay, that's the security officer. I'm going to wait for her to act because he might recognize me.
Commander Reynolds, as he turns to Keeson, can I talk to you for a moment? What's this about? Vanna has been willing to cooperate. She wishes to speak to you personally. Oh? Was not aware of this. The program should have informed me. The program is keeping her occupied. Please. Go post presence command here. She has a focus. Threat for bold. Ooh, that's a good roll. And Reynolds. With his insight command, I'll spend a threat. He's convinced. Very well. I'll head down there. You take over from here. Of course, sir. She smiles. As he starts heading away from the control room. She turns around and looks at you and just gives a nod.
Step up behind the security officer. Take him.
Pose daring security.
2 momentum and a threat.
Spend that and then 2 threats. Gain 3 momentum. Roll damage. You knock him out cold. So these 4 might sound the alarm. What do you do? Do you do a swift task or does the...
I want to switch task for quick action.
quick to action, you can let her go. or you could swift task and you could do, another task and increase difficulty.
Yeah. Well, in for a penny, in for a pound. Hold on, let me see. Give me a second. I think I have a thing. I think I have an instant. There's that. I know there's a time I spent a determination. I spent a determination to talk somebody into surrendering. There's actually, I got this in a string, so I'm gonna call back to. I'm gonna swift task. I'm gonna call back to the time when I intimidated the Calathian captain and disarming himself, which was a callback to when I intimidated another Calathian captain. Eventually, this is the third in a string of calling backs to not crossing lines. I'm just going to pull up the phaser rifle to intimidate them. So coming to the last couple episodes where I made my intimidating speech to convince people at the base to cease hostilities, which was a callback to the Calathian captain thing, and yeah, see what Garibaldi's speech will be.
What's the value?
There are no lines I will not cross to accomplish the mission, because I am intimidating Starfleet personnel.
They're rogue Starfleet personnel, but okay. I mean, sure.
Okay, I mean, if you won't take that one, I've got another one to
I'll
call
take
back
it.
to.
No, I'll take it. It's fine.
Because I've got one that would only be a second callback to, but it's connecting with others personally. Ironically, it was for the similar thing. I think it was a re-roll on a failed roll.
Okay, so you
Yeah,
can join
you're
determination. You spending that to essentially to intimidate the four in the room to surrender.
yes.
Okay.
I mean, they just saw me take that security officer out in like 2 seconds, and now I'm swinging a phaser, a Type 3 phaser rifle in their direction.
Presence.
Get against the wall, or you're dead.
Presence security opposed.
Okay. Presence security opposed. I have. Let's see. I want to make sure this works, so I'm going to give you one threat to activate bold, and 4 momentum. That should give me 4 dice, right?
Yes. I don't know why I am bothering, but I'll spend 3 threat to get 4.
Persuasion as a focus.
I'm thinking intimidation.
I don't have that one, so I don't have focus.
Join talent.
I'm thinking about it. I'm like, I need that. Yeah, I'm gonna use the join talents. I think I really want to succeed here.
Okay.
So I'll use the join talent for the intimidation thing. I might still have that quite sketchy former host. Oh, might as well fish. That's still 6-7.
5 momentum gains. As you hold the phaser up, getting ready to shoot, and you give your intimidating speech.
Garibaldi, this is I'm not a very intimidating person in real life, except to college students. All right, 4 of you get against the wall, or you can eat. As part of the invitation, he's not going to use it, but he flips the phaser rifle to kill everybody against the wall. This facility is now under our control.
As they
Gentlemen,
they
it
look
is best to be judged by 12 than carried by 6. Go to the wall and hit the floor.
They get up to do that, and Keeson walks over to the panel, starts typing on it, and you hear the doors shut to the control room. If I can move the... Not sure how long that will hold them, but it's secure at least.
Well, I've got these gentlemen. Well, once we take control of this station, what are we going to do with it?
Wait for reinforcements.
We have reinforcements coming?
As soon as the battle's over with, we will. Hopefully. If not, well, I hope we can fight our way to another ship.
Well, we could always beam to the Sentry. But if that's the case, we need to destroy this station.
Well, we need to get control of the station to destroy it, which we need Advana for. But in either case, my objective's complete. And with that, we're going to go over to the bridge of the Sentry, where I'm sure Vogel is barking orders trying to figure out what's going on with Garibaldi.
No one really knows what's going on with Garibaldi.
Where's my lock?
He's moved deeper into the station. I can't get a transporter lock on him.
God damn it, Garibaldi. Keep trying. Lane, how's the battle going?
Guys like high or low.
High, always high.
Looks like we're winning. There's only a few ships left.
Keep tabs on it in case we have to get involved. In the meantime, I want options. How do we bring down those shields to get them back?
It's going to have to be done from the inside. We'll have to send a team over there to do it. Unless Garibaldi does it. And with that, we're going to change scenes and head over back to Deep Space 17. Commander Reef, I'm assuming you're in your office.
Yes.
Ops to Commander Reef, we got an unknown contact on long-range sensors.
Understood. I'll be right out. And I'll head out to ops. Say, does it match anything that we've seen before?
No, it suddenly appeared.
How far?
Long range, and just as you said, an unknown vessel as it drops out of warps. Before the station could even raise its shields, a beam of energy strikes the station, piercing the lower decks. The automatic alarm starts sounding as red alert axons are heard throughout the station. Another energy beam strikes the station in an instant. The lights begin to flicker as emergency power activates. Before the crew could react, 2 more volleys strike the station, the computer calls out reactor overload and emits 5 minutes to reactor overload as it continuously repeats. As on the ops, you can see debris falling all around you as bulkheads are exploding all around you.
Well, that's not good. This is first things first. Are the ops officers functional?
I love Roll20. None of my audio is working today. All the station functions appear to be inoperable. Reactor overload. Currently, you're in
No,
intervals.
The crew.
Sorry, what?
Does the crew are we all up, or are there people lying and unconscious everywhere?
There's people lying unconscious. I have what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Well, this brings back unfortunate memories of Arif's first day here. But all of
I have
the
4 effects. Luckily, it's not you. But, yeah. He's unconscious. You have intervals. So, to get to an escape pod.
Okay.
So yeah, reactor overloads in 5 minutes. You have 10 intervals to do stuff. If you wish to get to an escape pod, that is going to be a extended task. A fitness plus con difficulty 2, work 6, magnitude 2, resistance of 1. As essentially debris is falling, like poor Starfleet design, bulkheads are, exploding. Support beams are crashing down to the ground or to the floor. What do you do?
How many intervals does it take to get to an escape pod? Or would I think?
So, each task is going to take 2 intervals. Essentially, you can spend momentum to reduce the intervals by 1. You're going to have a hard time getting those that are knocked unconscious out by yourself unless you could probably order someone, and then I'll just roll a number to see what they do, but that is going to take a task if you're trying to help someone up or to get them out of the debris.
Let's see here. Well, there's 4 people unconscious here, 5 people that are conscious. Can I order them all to grab an unconscious person as one task, or would that be 4
That will be a
separate tasks?
task you can order. Whether or not some of them will make it to escape pods, it's going to be unclear. So, but give me a presence command difficulty 2, essentially, to get that done, and that's going to take up 2 intervals.
Alrighty, and do I have to decide about using momentum to save an interval now, or
After the roll,
okay? Uh, okay. Would my sorry would my listener trait you know how to subtly use your empathic skills to discern not only what is being said, but also what's being unsaid. This
No.
allows you to tell someone exactly what they need to hear. This isn't trying to convince someone to take a specific action.
When you attempt a task to advise or convince someone into taking or refraining from it. Okay. Yeah, you can add the bonus to D20.
Alrighty. Okay. Team dynamics is a focus.
Sure.
Whoops, I rolled 3. Sorry. Take a momentum. Oh no, that was my bonus D20. I apologize. Don't take the moment.
You got it. So that's gonna use up 2 intervals, so you'll be at 8 out of you have 8 intervals left unless you spend a momentum to.
I will spend a momentum.
So you have 9 intervals left. What are you doing next?
Heading to an escape pod.
Yeah, Fitness Con, Div 2.
Does the cost to reduce the interval time raise consecutively, or will it always
No,
be?
it's always 1.
Take 2 threat. I'll use a momentum. I do not think I have a focus here.
You have a con of 1, don't you? So I don't think a focus matters.
That's a fair point. Okay.
You can succeed at cost if you want.
Sure.
I'm going to roll some. 1 second. Okay, roll 3 challenge dice. The next, as for the complication, you're not going to. Or, I'm gonna roll damage. That's an effect. So 1 stress. Take 1 stress as some of the debris falls on you, and you will not be able to essentially lower the intervals. Currently, that is 1 work.
Okay. I don't really know how extended task works, so what do I do next?
So you could.
I mean, I'm just gonna keep trying to go to the escape pod, so.
Okay, you could spend momentum for extra work. You need to get 5 work for a breakthrough, essentially, or you could just keep whittling down. You could spend. I would maybe just spend 1 momentum to get 1 extra work in there, or you can gamble and re-roll that one challenge dice for a momentum to see if you get, two extra work out of it.
I'll go with the sure thing and spend a momentum.
Okay. That way you're at least whittling it down. But that leaves you 7 intervals left.
I guess keep trying to go to the escape pod.
Fitness con difficulty 2.
I guess take 3 threat.
Oh. You still got your determination, Jake?
No, I used it.
You can challenge at a value.
Okay, I guess patience costs nothing because I'm trying to get out of here in a hurry.
Okay. You'll have to mark the value, but you're going to have to cross that out. What are you going to spend it on?
I guess I'll re-roll 3.
What value are you going to spend it on, though? The determination.
If he doesn't have one on his sheet, this feels like a time where mission directive would be okay.
Mission directive is okay. I mean,
How about a well-made clock will keep you on time? Moving swiftly and efficiently will get me out in time for...
that is a stretch. Sure. So you can reroll 3. Got it. Roll 3 challenge dice. It's still 1 work. Rolling all those effects. Roll 1 challenge dice for a veteran. You're going to get to keep your determination. Do you wish to spend
momentum.
You wish to spend a momentum to do an extra work?
Sure.
That's going to put you at 5 intervals left to get to the escape pod.
I guess I'm gonna keep going.
Do you want to spend that last momentum to half the interval?
I can't do that anymore.
Okay.
Fitness con, div 2.
Just take 6 threat.
Wow, Jake, that's special.
Worst.
Well, you're rolling on an 8.
Yeah, he's rolling his worst stat, which is why I made it work 6. Does the roll stand?
I think so. I'm pretty much out of stuff I can do.
Do you wish to succeed at cost?
Once I get 6 work, do I get to the escape pod?
No. It gets you a breakthrough to where you're pretty much in the room of the escape pod, essentially. And you just have to do it one more time, another task to get an escape pod and activate it, essentially, narratively, and as long as you roll
And it will lower the difficulty.
yeah, roll the difficulty by 1, and also if you get a chance, as long as you have to get 2 breakthroughs. So yeah, who knows? You could roll all solid 2s and get 3 2s and get the 2 breakthroughs you need.
And I mean, yeah, I guess I'll succeed at cost because I don't see that happening.
Take 4 stress.
5 altogether.
Roll 3 challenge dice. That's 1 work.
Then one more that'll fill the work track.
I guess I'll spend the momentum.
You've given me a lot of threat, so I'm going to, for this next task, I'm going up the complication range to 4. Fitness con, diff 1.
Okay.
I think experience has taught me I have to give you 6 threat.
Wow. You succeed this time, though.
You succeed, but for the complication, you take 4 stress.
Oh, a reef goes down.
You can give me 2 threat to stay up, to avoid the injury.
Sure.
Alright, so your stress track is full. Roll 3 challenge dice. That's all you needed. As you get the escape pod going and a few others go in there, you know, some debris as you're waiting for some of the others to get in. Some of the debris falls on top of you, hitting you in the back of the neck as you slum over into the escape pod, shutting the hatch, and the escape pod flies away from the station. Which that actually puts you at 1 interval left, so just in the nick of time. As you barrel down towards the surface of Niwa 3, you can see the station or the lower half of the station just explode in a violent explosion, sending the upper portion hurling in a decaying orbit as you see multiple escape pods eject from the station itself. As you have a very bumpy ride down towards the planet's surface.
Any chance I can point myself towards the Kuathian embassy?
I'm gonna cut back to that. Off in the distance as you go down, you could see a large ship which looked very similar, like as you're looking sort of through the move away and go into warp. The very large Federation ship. And we're gonna cut back over to the Sentry. For a scene change.
I won't just give you 1 momentum for that. I'll give you all the momentum I have.
I still have 22 threat. A Vogel, you get a hail from the
Who's hailing me?
you get a hail from the Akagi.
On screen.
Captain Vogel. This is Admiral Keeson.
Admiral,
Have you secured the package?
we have.
Excellent. She's safe?
Safely on board, yes, sir.
Good. Maintain your position. We're sending away teams over to secure the station. Good work.
Understood, Admiral.
Admiral Keeson out. Meanwhile, back on... So many maps.
I don't Lieutenant Keeson, I hope you I don't suppose you're in the mood for an exposition dump, are you?
What do you want to know? What'd you have in mind?
Who's this benefactor that Dr. Sentry has been writing about in her logs?
I think that's a question to best ask my father. All I know is he's a powerful man from Section 31. Or at least he was.
Was?
Let's just say goes up high. He has friends in high places.
So how did you and your father get involved in all this?
Well, obviously you know the answer. I was created in that lab. Part of the first batch. Along with my twin sister.
You had any problem with organ failure?
No, but my twin developed an anomaly from what I was told, and she was sent elsewhere. To my mother.
Because the newoid they sent DS-17 got very lucky that Dr. Mountain is a very good doctor.
Well, they're very lucky on that part. It's what you get for combining Dominion and Borg technologies.
So, what do you and your father intend to do with this thing?
As far as I know, we're supposed to dismantle it, find a way to destroy the rest of the shipyard.
Okay, can I tell if she's being straightforward with me?
I'll give you insight command, diff 0.
Psychiatry is the focus?
Sure.
I'll just roll it flat. And just let the complication run.
Gain of momentum. She's being straight with you, but she realizes that you're sort of analyzing her. So she's like, eh. She's kind of like a little perceived, like, you know, after all we've been through, you still don't trust me.
I'm getting there. I mean, you have read my file, right? Read yours.
I suppose it's the nature of being an intelligence.
I just stuck to counseling. That was easier. So couldn't we just destroy this thing by overloading its reactor?
We need to unlock the computer to do that. Not to mention, we need to figure out what we need to do with the unfinished starships that are still in the dry dock.
Considering the monsters that I've seen them create, maybe we should set those to self-destruct too. I mean, Starfleet's not supposed to be a military organization, right?
Well, given, development of the Sovereign class and a few others, Defiant. I think there's some thinking in Starfleet that says otherwise.
Is that really a path we want to keep Starfleet on?
Not up to me. I'm part of that creation. And off in the distance, you could hear phaser fire. And soon the door opens.
He raises the phaser rifle.
As Admiral Keeson and a few Starfleet security officers enter room. Oh, Mr. Garibaldi, I see your handiwork. He motions to the guards, secure them. And they begin taking them into custody.
By the way, Lieutenant, have you ever seen the benefactor guy?
I haven't. As Admiral Keeson looks, I have.
Could you describe him?
He was on your station not that long ago. Yuzuru Neoni is his name. He is, might be elected Federation president. I don't have a lot of time.
Yeah. If I'm wrong, they can only execute me once. What do we do, Admiral?
First, we secured what's left of the station and the ships. And then we figure out how to destroy this thing, so Zero doesn't have his way again.
Well, Lieutenant, you think between the two of us we can break Vanna's code? Because she ain't gonna give it to us. She wants to reclaim this thing herself.
And maybe Captain Vogel, Lieutenant Commander Vogel could assist on that?
Possibly. I guess I should turn my comm badge back on. I didn't want her transporting me away.
You see Admiral Keeson kind of smirk a little.
Pull out his real comm badge and chip it. And it's send a Quinix to Sentry.
It's about damn time. Status.
We have control of the station for the moment. We need Vanna's codes to destroy it. How's the battle going?
Was going to inform you to start expecting company.
Oh. The Admiral's here. We can break down when we get through Vanna's encryption, we're going to destroy this thing.
Are you sure?
100%? No, but let's do it anyway.
Just as you're talking, a emergency broadcast is heard both on the Sentry and kind of through Keeson's comm badge. This is Admiral Nea to Task Force Charlie. Deep Space 17 has been attacked. The station's gone. We have hundreds of wounded and several missing here on the surface of Niwa 3. We request immediate aid. I repeat, we request immediate aid to any friendly forces in the area. And the transmission cuts.
You don't have much choice, Vogel. I need those codes. We need to overload the core on this thing and go help. Unless you want to head out and give me the codes, you can head out and I'll catch a ride with the Admiral.
Gonna beam her down.
Yeah, put her in restraints and
So we'll probably just beam Vanna down and then high warp it back to 17.
Lieutenant Keeson kind of looks to her father. He just kind of says, "Go," as she kind of runs off. Looks like it's up to us.
Well, I guess she doesn't think you're on her side anymore. We do this the hard way.
She's taken the Artemis. She's going to her mother. Apparently, that vessel struck a pretty good blow to us today. I hope Admiral Keller is alright. He's a good friend.
Well, maybe if Vanna doesn't see you, she'll reactivate the station.
The problem is that ship is on its way back to Earth at speeds we can't possibly catch up to.
One of those ships in dock here, did they catch up with it?
Possibly. But I'm going to cut over to Vogel. Try to convince a certain individual.
Oh, there's no convincing. I'm just beaming her down.
Oh.
But if you could convince her, I mean, I've already spent my determination, so.
You got an admiral there. I'm just beaming her down and going. At this point, my care about the station is 0. Or my care about the dry docks are 0.
Moments later, as the shield is brought down, and Vanna appears in the control room.
Lady DeVoe. Care to return us access to the... Care to restore access to the system?
Why should I do that?
What you said you wanted.
And all you do is just take it back from me. Easy. Right? This is how you manipulate, stage a coup among your own forces. Get me to
Me?
trust you.
That hurts coming from the leader of a renegade Klingon house. I mean, truly, Lady DeVoe. What's your end game? What's your goal here? I mean, do you still serve the Klingon Empire?
After their betrayal to me? No. But I would like to regain my honor and punish House Torga. Keeson kind of risen up. I can help with that. I have friends in the Klingon Empire. Do you wish
The
to
honor of
hear?
your house. What's the honor of your house worth? Because every other Klingon I know would pay any price for the honor of their house.
I assure you, Vanna, as Admiral Keeson speaks up, I have very good friends within the Klingon Empire, and I assure you that the proper information will get to them, and House Torga will be on the run, though it will take a bit of effort on your part. If you wish to assist on this, Garibaldi.
Lady DeVoe, I've read his security file. Sorry, Admiral. He's telling you the truth about his friends in the Empire. And he's being honest with you about helping you regain your honor. Are you the honorable leader of a Klingon house, or just a Batak?
So at this point, it's going to be President's Command. I'm assuming Keeson will probably roll.
Yeah, he's probably the lead on that.
It's Def 4, Comp 3. Could he spend that momentum?
Yeah, he can. He wasn't. I was going to. I guess I don't really need to, because persuasion is a focus.
Yes.
Yeah, then he can have that momentum, because for me, spending it on did the reading would not have made much of a difference.
Well, 3 momentum gained. So Total 3. As Vanna scowls a little bit and reluctantly walks over to the terminal and inputs disables the lockdown as things start humming back to life. Thank you, my dear. You won't regret this. Could you please pull up a status of all the ships in the dry dock currently? She pulls up several of them, including an unfinished Odyssey-class starship, a couple Defiants, as well as an Akira. And with that, we will cut back over to Commander Arif. Commander Reef, you are being, as you sort of kind of come to a little bit, you find that there's 2 officers standing before you. Commander, are you all right?
I'm not 100% sure, Cadet. Tell you what, wake me up in 10 minutes and ask me again.
Sir, when you get to the rendezvous point,
Okay. Okay. You know, if I had you around, I probably would have done better in class. Arif will say, trying to gingerly get to his feet. As he looks at him, says, 2 of you, you guys good to go?
I think we can manage, sir.
What about me? Do I look as bad as I feel?
You're lucky to be alive, sir. You took a nasty blow to the head.
Did you fix it?
I did what I can. Any signs of blurry vision?
Oh, probably, but that usually happens when I just wake up. Let's ask me that one again in 10 minutes. But for now, how far away are we from the point?
5 kilometers. It's a little bit of a hike.
Yes, it is. Arif's gonna shake his head and do a bit of stock of the situation. Have either of you taken any scans? Is there any sign of the aggressor still in the system?
We don't have stations gone, sir.
It doesn't mean whoever attacked it isn't, and quite frankly, if we're about to run into a war zone, well, we just did that.
The medic seems a little worried about it.
I'll tell you what. Let's start walking there until we know there's a reason that we shouldn't. Do either of you have a tricorder?
I do. And he hands it to you as he's kind of keeping watch out for any, the security officers.
That's fair. Arif's gonna quickly try to make 2 scans. The first one for weapon fire in the atmosphere, and well, why not above if it'll reach. And the second one for life signs.
Well, you don't detect any weapons fire in your immediate vicinity from what the tricorder can scan. Tricorder doesn't really have the power to scan in the upper atmosphere from the surface, so you need a starship for that.
That's fair. Um, Looking at the two officers, I'm gonna say I don't suppose either of you know how to jury rig a secure connection, do you?
Sorry, sir.
Uh, well, let's not risk calling you one right now. Let's head to the rendezvous point and um, let's let's tread carefully though.
As you start walking through the forest and eventually come to a clearing, you kind of see like a valley down below. Um, some debris has already fallen and crashed onto the planet. And overhead, you can see what looks like shooting stars across the sky from what remains of DS-17 entering burning up in the atmosphere.
That Reef's gonna, you know what? He's gonna stop for a minute until the light show passes out of respect. It's you know, we won't know exactly what the death count is for a little bit, but for now we know of one for sure, and that's the station herself, and that deserves a moment. Um, and then looking at the rendezvous point, where is it? Is it just some rando spot, or is it by any chance near the Kuathian embassy or our embassy? We don't have our colony, I meant.
There's a colony on the surface, and it's outside the colony.
Okay. Um, well, onward, people. I'd like to get this done before nightfall, and quite frankly, I'm starting to feel rather punk.
You it takes you probably about an hour to do the hike. As you finally arrive, you see like the river running through. You actually see the colony, the small colony, and several emergency tents starting to prop up, and then several ships that are landing onto the surface.
Well, these are my people. Arif's gonna look to the officers. I'm gonna say, uh, I'm
I'll
sorry,
give
go
us
ahead.
insight. It's Insight Con Diff 1 or Insight Command Diff 2 to identify the ships.
I will take the insight command difficulty 2. And just out of curiosity, with politics,
No.
okay. I will spend 1 momentum. Ay, Dios mío.
Do you have a reroll? Or you
I
just-
don't. I have the momentum to kill it. I don't know if I could just have 5 seconds to think about that for a second. I am sorry, squad. I will spend 2 momentum to kill the complication.
As you walk overhead, you see the ships that are actually coming in. It took you a moment to recognize it from the distance, but they appear to be Vogel ships.
Okay then. Uh, that's not going to be an immediate concern, and that's actually hopefully going to be a point of pride Arif turns to the two officers and says, listen, you've trained for this, you know your jobs, you're able, get in there, help the triage situation, um, and I'll I'll join you. I'll start coordinating with and hoping. You know what? It's been a long day, and there's no time right now for suspicion. Arif's gonna wade into the crowd and try to do his Arif thing and calm as many people down as he can.
As you make your way through the crowd and you see all the injured, you notice you come up to a tent. You notice where there's some more higher-ranking officers, and you spot Admiral Nea talking with the Galathian ambassador.
Um, the Kuath, did the Kuathians
Not
switch
the
him back?
the Vogel ambassador.
Oh, okay.
My bad. Slip of the tongue.
No, I'm like, wait a second.
Yeah, sorry. The Vogel ambassador.
Crap. I'm gonna, not the admiral I really care about and wanted to see, but I'm still gonna run up to both of them and say, Admiral, Ambassador, uh, both of you are obviously made it okay.
Commander Reef, glad you made it out alive, states the Admiral.
Of course, the feeling is mutual, Admiral, and as much as, well, I'd love to stay and chat with you for now. I'm gonna help these people, but before I go, have you heard anything about Felix?
She looks to the ambassador and goes, excuse me just a moment. And the Nea kind of comes to you and says, walk with me.
Very well. Ambassador, I see your ships landing. I don't know if they're full of only your people, but if there's even one of ours on there, I'd like you to thank you for your assistance.
She just nods.
And I'll follow the Admiral.
As the two you walk through the camp, and Felix is still alive, but he's in critical condition. He took a nasty hit trying to throw me into the escape pod.
It sounds like him, Admiral, but he's too old to be doing that. Where is he?
He's right down here. He's unconscious for now. I'm really sorry about what happened on the station, Commander.
There'll be time for that, Admiral. Let's save our sorrows for until we know how many we've lost. In the meantime, however, I think you probably know what I'm about to say, but while I was taking my trip down to the planet, I couldn't help but notice the shape and the size of the ship that attacked DS-17.
The one that you failed to mention in your report?
Given the situation, Admiral, do you even blame me?
I don't, but I would hope you would take a little bit more stock in Felix or even my trust.
I trust Felix implicitly, ma'am. with all due respect, you were the weak link in that. But given the situation now, I was obviously wrong.
Now, this mistake's on me, not acting soon enough.
I'd say it's probably a little bit on all of us, ma'am, but once again, that does not matter now. Um, well, the fact that we're still all here means the ship probably left the system, or at the very least isn't going to drop down in the sky right away. I suggest we create makeshift triage camps and, well, quite frankly, uh, if you could spare the time, I think everyone seeing your face is, if you could make yourself available to the crew and whatnot, it would go a long way in helping us through this.
So far, we've counted 1,329 Starfleet personnel and 655 civilians. Many of them are injured or even in severe condition.
That's not enough civilians, ma'am.
No, it's not.
Starfleet, we're trained for this. Civilians aren't.
Well, luckily the count of civilians was only around 800. So, out of the 1,600 Starfleet personnel on board the station, I think the odds are in good favor that many survived, but there's many more missing. They hit us when we were down, Commander.
I'm sorry, what was that last line?
They hit us when we were down, Commander. At least not looking.
Obviously, Admiral. So what's next?
We lick our wounds and then try to pick ourselves back up. What's next is, well, we have a loose ship on our hands that we need to go after. Problem is, though, I don't know if we can go after it fast enough. That vessel, from my understanding, at least from the intelligence reports provided by Admiral Keeson, it's equipped with the prototype quantum burst drive.
With all due respect, ma'am, do you think Starfleet might see fit now to send us some reinforcements?
The issue is, this is bigger than all of us. There are people high-ranking within Starfleet that are in favor of this man. You actually met him. He was it's the Federation Council member Yuzuru Neoni.
Why would a council member have any sway on Starfleet?
He's a former Starfleet officer and used to be part of Section 31.
With a bit of a chuckle, Arif says, well, isn't that quite a doozy Starfleet's managed to cook up for itself this time around? Okay, Admiral. Well, we seem to be stuck on a planet, so unless you'd like me to ask our Kuathian neighbors for a spare ship, what do you propose we do about it?
Well, the expedition should be here within a few hours, assuming they didn't run into that other vessel.
Is the Ranger, do you happen to know if the Ranger is at all flight worthy?
Last we heard, the Ranger was inoperable and was crewed by a skeleton crew just to keep her afloat during the tow. With any luck, I sent out a distress signal. With any luck, Charlie Force heard it, and they'll be sending vessels here. but it's going to take them a day to get here.
Well then, I suppose that gives me some time to mingle with those that have made it and repeatedly check on Felix.
You should head to the medical tech, get yourself checked out.
There'll be time for that en route, man. I'm busy.
That's an order. Looks like you took a nasty blow yourself.
I did, man. Respectfully, I will be disobeying your order. These people are more important collectively than me. If you'll excuse me.
Commander, can't help
Yes.
you. Can't help others if you are, in fact, injured yourself.
You're absolutely right, ma'am. But unfortunately, well, like many others, my desires outweigh my good sense. And right now, I look out there and there's nothing but hurting people. I'm one of them, but I can still move. So I'll get I'll get the attention when I need it. I assure you.
Don't overdo it, Commander. As she just kind of gives you a look, and with that, we will make this to be continued.